All right. Oh man, wrong one. My bad.
Well,
I'll get better at that. All right, guys. Today, I've been working on a few things. Zero, thanks for the sub, man.
Big thing with DWM. I know a lot of people are like,
DWM polybar, God, it's been done to death. It's been 20 years, essentially, that people have been working on this. But I think I can hard code
pretty much everything that needs to be done from a desktop environment and make it super minimal, super clean. It's just gonna take some time.
It's gonna take a couple weeks. Right now on the inside, this past weekend, I've been working on multi-monitor configuration. And,
what about now? It would be like one of those YouTubers just talk like this. Look at that. Now how was that? Better? Good. All right, sorry. We'll start over. Still getting used to the new format, but I appreciate everyone speaking up, so I didn't go on that whole rant. But yeah, no, multi-monitor configuration going really well. We have another thing, like I was working on how it transitions and moving windows around a lot better. Theming is another thing that I've been working on a lot. So we kind of got so much that I've kind of been working on in the background. Eventually what I want to do, so everyone traditionally in tiling window managers, you have this config file that everyone would edit. And the problem is most people don't know how to edit a config file properly. And it kind of just sucks, to be frank. And people will spend just years tweaking their config file for the tiling window manager. And I feel like I can set a universal setting up where anybody can install it easily and then use it easily. And I've never seen that combination. The closest thing we've seen is Omarchy, and I've seen how well that one is. And I'm like, God, that's such a great implementation of a tiling window manager. By far the best I've seen because of all the hand holding it does. And I was like, if only it wasn't Wayland and Hyperland, I would love it. And not to shoot down Hyperland and Wayland, it's just Wayland always gives me issues. NVIDIA users just, frankly, it sucks as an NVIDIA user. The second thing is Hyperland and Wayland together with as many packages, the package count's kind of insane. It's a bit gross on how bloated it gets. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. That's exactly my problems with that setup. However, I do love the menu-driven system. I love that you're changing themes with like a just drop-down menu. I love the quick help, key bindings, and then also all the documentation. It's just gonna take some time. I mean, it's just a lot of work to do. And most people are like, why even bother with Xorg and DWM? But as I'm developing it more and more and more, instead of just using someone else's project, DWM is just this very minimal base, and we expand it out, and I can expand every little thing. Oh, I don't like how the window moves to here. I don't like the way this is not implemented, or I like this portion from Hyperland. Let me bring that over. You can do all of that, and it still stays very minimal. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I love it. So the config file is kind of be like a fidget spinner. Yeah, and everyone modifies and just constantly, it's just this constant churn. And I want to get to a spot where it's just a very solid setup, never have to worry about it, and it just works for 99% of the users out there. Another 1% are just going to roll their own anyways. So that's kind of my thought process. That's where we're at with everything. So let's jump on the desktop. There's a couple of things. Someone mentioned Quick Shell, Black Star. Quick Shell's interesting, and I do see a future where I pivot from Polybar to Quick Shell. Quick Shell just right now is at a 0.2 release. So it's very early days. The developer hasn't been really developing for Xorg at all. There's some compatibility there, but like it missing like window manager class under Xprop is like a big red flag to me. Hey, the developer is using Wayland. He's gonna do Wayland first. Probably not what we want to use for this. At least starting off, maybe a year from now, we look at Quick Shell and it might be in a better spot for Xorg. But today, no, it just really isn't. I looked at it and I'm just like, it's just not there for Xorg. Frankly, you know, not very many people are using it for Wayland either. It's just more of an obscure project. I love the project. You know, big shout out to Outfoxed, great developer. We'll see where it goes. It might become a big standard because honestly, I really didn't like Waybar when I was messing around with it. But yeah, anyways, let's get on the desktop and take a look at things. Because oh man, so much. All right. Whew. Oh yeah. Did I make it not make a transition from that scene? Oh well. I'll get there eventually, Jalopy, but I'll probably screw something else up along the way. So there you go. All right. So the big thing here. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys too. I did this over the weekend too. So you know how we were like ending the stream with the volume bar? I decided to just say screw it, and I made it kind of like this. I was like, I'm just gonna make it a bar instead of it doing like the weird emoji. Like there's a couple hashes and then there's a ramp effect. I was like, if we're doing a ramp effect, I'd much rather just have a bar like that. You can just scroll wheel up and down on it. You can also click it. Left click gives it muted. Right clicks launches Pavu control. Now we might steal Omarchi's bash script for how it handles audio. I really do like that. I thought DHH did a great job with that bash script. And I don't know. Pavu control right now is pretty darn good though. And I was looking at launches, like one other thing I noticed. Oh, another improvement too. So much has happened just in 3 or 4 days. I switched out my capture card for here. So I was on 60 hertz before. I moved it to 120. I had to switch out the capture card so we get a higher frame rate and less eye strain. So going essentially doubling it, but also being able to capture it so you guys can see it. So going from 60 to 120 should be pretty good. And it works with all my existing hardware. I just had to switch out a couple pieces of hardware to make it double the refresh rate. And I'm pretty satisfied with that. Did you try to recreate the Atlas OS off GitHub? Well, when it comes to Atlas OS, I've never recommended Atlas OS. Tiny 11 is probably the other one I would recommend. Atlas OS uses a playbook, but it's a closed source project by the Millerated team. I've talked pretty much extensively on that. And I just don't like its implementation. So if you're going to use something to strip it down, I always recommend obviously MicroWin from my toolbox. But if you don't want to use that, you can use Tiny 11 Builder, which is fantastic. Or if you want to roll it yourself and really make a lot of customizations, NT Lite. Those are my official recommendations. That's kind of the tried and true method. NT Dev is behind Tiny 11 Builder, and NT Dev is like an absolute Chad, absolute legend in the building of just sane versions of Windows over the past, God, I want to say 15 years. I want to say sometime in Windows 7 era, NT Dev really started releasing all those prepackaged and rolled up ISOs. But Tiny 11 Builder is not an ISO. It's a builder of an ISO, and it's pretty darn good. Well, I don't know if it hurts my eyes. I finally switched out my monitor. We're no longer on a Fire Legend. It's such a ridiculous, cheapo, throwaway monitor. And I went with a Samsung. And then I was like, let's double the refresh rate. Let's see if I notice anything from an eye perspective or if it causes less eye strain. So far, it looks a lot better. The darks are a little bit more crisp and less crushed, and a few other things. So I have noticed a little bit, but I really wanted to do the extra refresh rate. So yeah. Oh my God, I get copyright claimed immediately on Theo Joe's video. Absolutely loved it, Tails. Shout out to Theo Joe. It's in the Discord if anyone wants to check it out. He made a Windows Registry AI song that is just absolutely fantastic. And did a pretty good job with it. I didn't see any factual errors with it, which was great. God bless Theo. Very cool guy in real life too. Very timid actually. So he very, very cool though. I liked hanging out and chatting with Theo. He gets a bad rap because he kind of came up in the era of YouTube where he made a bunch of like parody videos, like double your internet speed, and he like taped 2 Ethernet cords together and other stuff. And then people weren't taking him seriously, but he actually is pretty gifted and he's done some really cool stuff. I know one of the big projects I've actually used of his in the past was when Google wasn't doing anything about bot spam, and he created a bot spam essential like remover, which is great. Yeah, there you go. Thanks for the link. It's great. Yeah, and I think he removed all those old videos and stuff, and he's pretty legit these days. So auto start with System D would probably be the big thing. System D start would be the way to go about auto start. It's just I need a more intuitive method of designing auto start services for folks. Maybe build out something where it makes it really easy. Yeah, we'll see. Right now he's mostly Windows only, but you never know. Yeah, do you notice a difference on the refresh rate there, bud? Whether you're going from 60 to 120? We'll see. I installed the DWM setup from Linutil in your repo as well. It doesn't have the status bar at all. I remember you're switching from SL status to quick shell and another bar at is it done? Ozzy, I think it's pretty close, man. I still have a couple other things. Multi-monitors kind of working. There's still some weird jank when I go from I've labeled all the tags properly between monitors, and the bars are showing properly for hiding vacancy tags. The main issue I have now is when I move one screen to another screen and then having it move and then also update the EWMH module in Polybar up here. So this up here still needs a little bit of work, but I mean, I'm pretty much done. I kind of like the bar as it is. It's minimal. We got a sys tray. We got the time. You can expand the time just by clicking on it. Very functional audio now. It looks good. It's out of my way. Yeah, this is pretty good. From a bar perspective, it's very, very solid. So I'm not 100% I want to go ahead and publish it. It's on DWM right now. Let's get pull. Actually, let's get switch main. Get pull. Now, I did clean out all those old themes, so we probably still need to make some themes because I started changing so much in Polybar's INI that I was like, I got to delete all these other themes because I'm not redoing this. We're going to just copy this theme to others and then modify the theming that way. Yep. So the thing about Polybar that I did, let me just show you too. So yeah, have a little bit of an understanding. Let's go themes, minimal, and config INI. So the big thing I did here that's so different from everyone else that uses Polybar is there's no scripts that run. Zero. Everything is a module. And I don't use IPC right now. I might enable IPC in the future, which is kind of like a polling. But the idea is I want it to be absolutely bare bones. So reading the workspace things, how are you doing that is probably the next question. I have DWM set up, anything going on in the background. So let's say I want to know, hey, what apps are here? What I can do is a xprop. Let's click here and you'll notice, I'll shoot this to workspace 5. And you'll notice about xprop is a lot of this information is filled out. I modified DWM to essentially submit to Xorg's server. Hey, here's all the things you need to know about this stuff, about this window, from icons to, hey, what workspace is it on? How many workspaces there are? All these things get submitted. So if you ever need to look up anything, it's all in xprop. So then when I reference Polybar here, it knows, hey, this app is on this workspace. There's this many workspaces at all times. It can query X server and always get all the information it needs without actually having to do some script or a request. It's just always there. So all it has to do is a quick lookup to Xorg server, and then it can go, okay, we need to go here. And that's the best way to do it. I think it's just one problem that most Linux users have caused over the years is just doing bash scripts for everything. And then there's been some better implementations using IPC and just directly pulling it, such as DWM blocks with LARBs from Luke Smith. He did that like 5 years ago now. And that one's a good implementation, but I think this is better. And once I'm finished, I'll publish it and you'll be like, yeah. I mean, obviously it looks better, but also you can change everything and you have traditional Polybar. But Polybar in the past, when I was using it, you would see that it would take off from how much CPU usage and thread counts. It would just go kind of crazy. Let's just filter Poly. Yeah, Polybar right here. So Polybar right here, from a memory perspective, it's taking up 24 megs and utilizing nothing as far as CPU. So some people's Polybar, because they constantly have these timings and scripts going off all the time, sometimes their Polybar will be stealing 1-2% of their CPU, and the memory counts can go to 400 or 500 megs. And the idea is to just, again, minimal performance function over everything else. And that's the thought process here. But it's coming along. I'm been working really hard on it. Do you still play AoE 4? I noticed your gaming channel went missing. Yeah, I deleted all my gaming stuff. I deleted my fitness channel. And yeah, I don't play Age of Empires 4 because I just get a little too addicted to it. There's a couple of programs and games that are like that, where it's just a little too addictive to where I'm like, okay, I need to make sure if I'm playing a game, the game kind of has to suck and I can step away from it and I won't be thinking about it all the time. But I have to like it enough to play it. So it's kind of like this, I need this Goldilocks zone for gaming. It's to where I still am efficient with my work and I don't overplay the game. So I don't want to get addicted, but at the same time, it needs to be somewhat intriguing. So I like kind of like the sweet spots, broken games that I only want to play for about an hour a day. And that's like what I want. And so far, the games I'm playing right now, you're going to laugh at me. Fallout 76 and Lord of the Rings Online. Two games that are very different from each other, but each game both kind of suck, but in their own right. But they also have like their own little charm, and they require a lot of tinkering to make them fun. And if you do like them, end up liking them after modding and tinkering, you're only going to want to play them for about an hour a day. And then you're like, yeah, I'm good. And that's kind of like the sweet spot. So that's kind of where I'm at. But I still love Age of Empires 4, man. It is just, I could just play it 8 hours a day, every day. Oh, so good. I mean, Age of Empires 4 was just such a fantastic game. And I love Final Fantasy 11 too, believe it or not. That was an old school game, but I got too addicted to it and I was like, gotta quit. Yeah. Yeah, there's some charm to the older games, man. There just is. I love old games. They're so good. And my daughter right now is playing the new Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight Silk Song's out, and it's just, they are just absolutely loving it. So both my son and my daughter are playing Silk Song. So they're going back and forth and each have like their own Steam account playing it. It's only $20, by the way. So if you haven't tried Hollow Knight Silk Song, go buy it. It's amazing. And both are playing it. So like my daughter's really far along, but she's like missing a couple little hotkeys, and my son's playing it and he's got a couple other ones. So they're trying to exchange info and go, oh, well, this is where you get this one, and this is where you go here. So it's pretty cool. I love it. Both fantastic. Anyway, yeah, and then the helper script for hotkeys, I think I gotta update this a little bit. It's almost there. Just a couple different ones I probably need to change. Like down here in the bottom, it kind of falls apart a little bit, but I can update the keybinds. Right. Yeah, you can do the family sharing. The one downside to family sharing, well, actually, no. They took it up, so I can play while they play, as long as we don't play the same game at the same time. Honestly, without joking, do you think some people that develop for Linux have malicious intent? Of course, hardware can start to fail, but I've been getting sky-high CPU usage every time I use Firefox or Chromium whenever I start to watch a stream here on Twitch or YouTube. I'm not blaming all developers, but yeah, most Linux guys that develop for open source, they do it for their own usage, meaning we develop for, like when I open source something, I'm not building it for you. I know it seems like it. I want you to use it, sure. But if you don't, it's not a big deal. It's like, whatever. I'm building it for me, and then it just so happens to be public domain, so then you can use whatever you need, which is great. That's kind of how Windows Utility actually started too. I built that for me and just to make my life easier. And then people are like, oh, I kind of want that. And then I published it, and then like, well, it's good, but it could be better if it did this and this. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's add that. So then I just kind of take everybody's feedback, and that's where open source kind of comes in, where it actually is great. So like Linux and open source is all about having all the code there and then being able to develop fast. So to build what I've built, I absolutely have to have open source. So I open source all my stuff, but I don't build for profit. So that means if I needed money, I'd have to start closed sourcing and building new projects if I ran into money problems, because that's where all the money is made. It's really hard to make money when you're open source stuff. So if there's no monetary incentive, why do people build for Linux? Mainly just because it's fun. It's great. It's great. It's a best computing experience. It makes you creative. It makes you want to think. It makes you want to use your computer and get excited about the different things that you can do. It's really great in that respect. Where Mac and Windows, it's very much not fun. I never have fun when I'm in Windows and tinkering it. With a lot of times I just have this disdain for both operating systems where I'm just like, people pay for this crap and they can't even get it fixed properly. And I just don't like a lot of the defaults for both. And I'm just like, ugh, gross. And again, people pay for this. So I think the original question, I got a little off track there. Does people have malicious intent? No, but not to say it doesn't happen. There is malicious intent across all platforms. One good example of this was the XZ backdoor that happened, I want to say a year or two ago. And the maintainer of the XZ package just got burnt out from all the crazy people in Linux, because most people in Linux are real passionate, but a lot of them are just kind of straight up idiots. A lot of people think every Linux user is like super tech savvy. And that's just not the truth. More than half of them are just complete morons, and they just have a cool looking system or a different looking system, I should say. And they just kind of hacked it together. And with that, you do have some people that get in there, and bad actors that go, hey, I can use this for a spying type thing. But the same thing happens in Mac and Windows. So it's not, and there's always going to be malicious actors in every operating system. I wouldn't say Linux has any more. I would say Linux has probably the less amount than all three. The reason being is, if I was a malicious actor, Windows is where I'd be, because 70% of the population uses Windows. That's where you need to really focus your time and effort. If you want to do the maximum amount of damage or steal the most amount of information, Windows is where you'd go. It's just super easy. It's closed source, really easy to take advantage of, massive amounts of holes. People aren't updating their systems very often. They hate Microsoft. Very easy to take advantage of every Windows user. Windows by far the most unsecure system ever built, from my knowledge at least. And it's just the nature of the beast. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like, yeah. Well, sorry for the late start to the stream today, guys, too. I forgot to say. Here, I'll go just for chatting, actually, for a second. Yeah. This morning, I woke up real early, about 6 a.m., and then it's just been beautiful outside, so did a long bike ride, and then got back, and then I just didn't feel good at all, so I ended up laying down and taking a nap like an old man. And then I got up, and then I was like, I still don't feel right, so I just kind of chilled out for about an hour or two, and then I was like, all right, God bless, I gotta get on the stream. So that's kind of where why I'm a little bit late. So a little scatterbrained, a little bit late, mainly just because having a little off day. You know, it happens from time to time. But speaking of which, built by AI, the thing I see happening so much is a lot of these companies are touting and using it as almost like a badge of honor, saying 30% of all our code's AI driven or AI written. And I think some people are taking this as if people are just prompting and doing functions into the systems. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of it is going to be lookups. Like I said, AI is fantastic when it comes to just a Google search. I think it's fantastic. What's your favorite tiling layout in window managers? DWM's dynamic layout is fantastic. Which, God, what the hell you call this? This is a... What is DWM's layout scheme? I can't remember the actual terminology. Scheme. Can't remember. Master stack? No. Master stack configuration? I don't know. Yeah. How is Windows not fixing itself? I'm interested in see if it can fix itself if I run format C. It's kind of funny. I made actually a post. I want to show people this too. Specifically, the last video I did on Friday, I kind of came out of nowhere, I know. but it was over not updating Windows. I basically broke Windows Update. Windows Update has turned into a thing where it's caused more problems than it solves a lot of times. From SSD cards not breaking, apparently it's been tested enough now. Initially when it came out, I was like, that doesn't sound right. I don't think that's a thing. Apparently it is a thing. And what's happening is an update, a security update, changed the functionality of trim. And if you had an SSD or an NVMe drive with a huge amount of storage, but most of that storage was full, so it was like 90% plus full, when it went and did trims, it would essentially cause lots of read and writes when it would go into this trim state. And the more full the drive is, the higher chance of it actually just failing because of this update. It just causes an excessive amount of trim. And that's essentially the big problem with this update. Now, security updates should be just that, security updates. Microsoft stopped doing this. They started rolling other crap into the security updates. So it's polluted the whole system, essentially making Windows Update almost worthless. And then I was like, well, how much vulnerable are people when you go through? So I actually did an article showing, hey, if you don't update your Windows system, how vulnerable will you become, right? Everyone always says update. So I did this kind of showing, hey, look at, you use WinVer, look at your build number. This is Windows 11 24H2 and it's build 1742. And you can look this up on this website right here, CVE Details. And this is going to show you how much vulnerabilities are there. Now, I don't really care about like denial of service. A lot of this, the big ones I really kind of worry about is like SQL injection, code execution, and privilege escalation. Those are like the three ones that I pay the most attention to. And when you have a lot of those, that's substantially a problem. So when I look at Windows vulnerability, let's see if we can't just pull up Windows. Speaking of which, come on, Windows product. Windows. I wonder if it'll separate them out. Yeah, here we go. Nah, that's old Windows. This gives a good frame. Here, let me blow it up a little bit for y'all. So this is the number of vulnerabilities per operating system, which is kind of funny because some of these, I don't know how accurate this is, but it shows like 1703, which came out in like 2015, 2016, and it only has 26 vulnerabilities. That could track because it was a creators update, I think is what they labeled it, or an anniversary update maybe. I can't remember which, but this was my favorite version of Windows that was in recent memory. It was very good. It was solid, but then things started getting kind of polluted around 1803. This is when things kind of went to crap right in here. 1807, I don't remember. I think it went 1803 to 1809, so that might be a bug. Anywho, and you can see as we go through, some systems not getting up to date. Most people are going to be right in this realm here. And you'll notice 24H2, which is what we're on right now, is 656 vulnerabilities, where 22H2 has 1,478 vulnerabilities. It's kind of weird because as you go through these, just because it's newer doesn't necessarily mean there's less vulnerabilities. Most instances it is true, but not always. So Windows has just gotten to such a poor state in this regard. Let me pull up Linux now because I am curious. Let's go operating system search. So you got Red Hat's usually at the top for vulnerabilities. Most people in business would choose that one because it's built for security first. So 229 for that. Oracle, it's like a fork of Red Hat. Gentoo, 136. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Sousa, where are you at? D, 461. Let's go to Arch, right? Is there an Arch in here? I don't even think they have Arch Linux separated out. I don't think so. So yeah, this website's not the best probably for a lookup, but if you have a specific CVE and a lookup, it's not terrible for that. Anywho, yeah, it's just, it's interesting. It's interesting to say the least. We're entering a weird time where updates don't necessarily mean good things for you and your system. Not always bad, not always good, but you need to pay attention to them. The days of this just saying, oh, make sure your system's up to date is over, in my opinion. Because every update we see now is just a little bit all over the place. Titus, please just tell people to use LTSC in Windows. That's fair. LTSC Windows is going to give you the best of all worlds. Yeah. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, you got to read the updates before you update now, for sure. You can't just blindly update. No doubt. Well, there's more vulnerabilities than that, Vin. So that website's probably not accurate. Definitely not if it's saying Arch Linux only has 6 vulnerabilities. Red Hat's going to have way less vulnerabilities than Arch Linux. I can tell you right now. Arch Linux is pretty insecure by default. Most Arch users don't even install a proper firewall, like Firewall D or UFW. So I need to update securing Linux as well. Most Linux users have like this false sense of security. Security by obscurity is what it's called, where they just like, I'm on Linux, I can't get infected kind of mentality. And that's just a recipe for just bad things. So, yeah. Catchy OS with UFW. And that's pretty good. A lot of people just install UFW though, and then don't configure it. So make sure you like configure UFW. So you deny all outgoing traffic and then you just allow like HTTP out or those types of things. And then you should be good. Working on standardizing Autostart today, which we probably will get to here in a second. If you're on a desktop, you don't really need a firewall. Your router should be taking care of that for you. Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to this. A lot of people would probably push back so much on this, Josh, but not me. I kind of agree with this. If you're on a desktop in a home network and you've secured everything with your own router and everything, you don't necessarily need a firewall for that thing. But a laptop, absolutely. Like people going to public networks and connecting without a firewall with a laptop is extremely dangerous. Absolutely awful. So there's the two sides of the coin there for sure. But a very good point. Let's see. So yeah, like this is another thing with SE Linux and AppArmor. SE Linux is rel-based distributions. Essentially what it does is it says this application has permissions to do this on the system. So it's like application-based profiles for security. Same with AppArmor. AppArmor is a little more lenient compared to SE Linux. Some people, SE Linux has 3 modes. There is essentially off. There's something called permissive mode, which kind of allows things through. It just logs what that application's doing. And there's the enforcing mode. And the enforcing mode essentially says, hey, you only have access to do these things to the system. And if you try and go outside the box, you'll get denied. So that's pretty good. As far as ClamAV, a clam AV daemon running in the background, it's pretty bad. Like antivirus running in the background of any system's just terrible in Linux. Let's just be real. You're not gonna stop Jack. The problem is you, not Clam AV or any AV for that instance. Clam AV is meant to run on file servers that connect to like Mac and Windows. And then when people drop viruses onto your network, Clam AV should catch that virus and then purge it. But most vulnerabilities, most infections, and all the other stuff from Linux come from the user screwing up and running a shell script that they shouldn't have done. There's a lot of things. It's mostly the user that's the problem. Not always. You know, sometimes there's a bad update, a bad kernel, or a bad package that might be spying on people. But usually it's the user that installs that, and it's the user that's the problem. And there's no antivirus to kind of stop dumb users. And frankly, I don't even think antivirus does a very good job of stopping an uneducated user. Even in Windows, like you can install a gajillion antiviruses and I still see users all day long infect systems. So there's not one silver bullet here. And antivirus itself, necessity for Windows users for sure, just because of the nature of Windows. But don't treat it like, hey, it's going to stop a virus. At the end of the day, if the user's still running things at an elevated privilege, your system's screwed. It doesn't matter what kind of antivirus you have. Exactly, Nav. You just can't fix that, man. Yeah. Well, what's up, Caleb? The best antivirus currently not trusting ChatGPT. Fair. That's fair. Yeah, and that's the other problem here that I have, Phoenix. I hate so many antiviruses. Honestly, if you're a Windows user, you should not be buying antivirus. There's no residential user that should be buying antivirus in 2025. Just use Defender, be done with it. It's not great, it's good enough, but adding a whole bunch of antiviruses, internet suites, this is a thing of the past. It's not worth it. It's going to slow down your system, and you're going to be paying money to essentially have a slower system. Why? Why are you doing that? Downloading free antivirus. You're an idiot. Don't do it. You want to install Avast, AVG, all these other ones. Fun fact, Avast and AVG are actually the same company. It's just, these are things like 10 years ago were not like this. Times have changed. And people need to figure it out. I'm so sick of booting up systems and seeing 3 different antiviruses installed. And I'm just like, I can't. I just can't with this person. Oh, God. It just, what are you doing? No. You're just slowing your system down for no reason. You're not getting any extra protection. You'll get some more false positives. Yeah, you'll download something and be like, oh, I need to run this. Oh, that's a virus. Probably isn't even a virus. It's just bad. Oh God, I've had to deal with so many false positives and from people having these crappy third-party antivirus. Just use what Microsoft gives you. That's it. Oh, yeah, it hurts, but use your brain. It's the best antivirus. That 1000%. Just use your brain. That's all it is. You want to go download a bunch of pirated stuff and then use crack.exe, totally not a virus? That's fine. That's on you, though. And you're probably going to install a virus. Congratulations on your new toolbar. You know? Yeah. Oh, man. Accurate. Yeah. ESET used to be like my go-to back in the day. Nod 32 and a lot of other stuff. It's still good for scanning. Like, you know, if you think you got a virus, you can still use like a Tron script, extract it. I think it still uses Nod 32 and some of ESET's engines, along with Malwarebytes and some of the other stuff. But don't run that crap 24/7. You don't need that running all the time. That's not good. Uninstall it. You will find your system runs faster. Oh, yeah. Ad blocking DNS, solid. uBlock Origin, solid. Most people use the uBlock Origin Lite now on Chrome. Another fun fact too, VirusTool is great if you want to upload like a little small binary to the internet and figure out what's going on, and Common Sense. Yeah, these are all great, Ahmed. I think Chromium-based browsers these days, Google is doing a great job of slowing everything down. So when I'm browsing the web now, like I have uBlock Origin over here, but I'm noticing that when I browse the web lately, just in the past month or two, it's starting to get kind of wonky. And I think a lot of the ad blocks and what Google's doing from a browser perspective is essentially forcing people to view ads. So, I mean, I think the rise of Firefox, again, is probably brought on by Google's incompetence or that crap. Brave does a better job, I think, but it's still Chromium based. So I think a lot of people are loving like Zen browser. That's what a lot of people are doing right now. Zen browser. So this is Firefox based, and it's very much got like the Arc aesthetic, and a lot of people are really liking it. I don't want to try it because I don't want to switch to another browser, but I get why people are using this, and I've heard people having a better browsing experience with Zen. But it's still beta. I don't even think this is 1.0 release yet, is it? Built in the C++. What's oh no, it is at a 1.0 release, 1.15 release. So there you go. Although it still has B, so it might be it says stable though. Anywho, a lot of people are swearing by Zen these days, and I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool thing. Not necessarily that bad. Yeah, that was I think we looked at that, Christoph, and I think that article's BS. Not banned. I think it was an issue with AdBlock Plus and a big media company out there, which AdBlock Plus is based in the States. The developer behind it, I think it's just like one guy. And what are they going to do? Sue him in Germany? They're just going to take it off the store in Germany, and then that's it. So you could still do uBlock out in Germany though. So I think this is fake news essentially. Again, people like the clickbaity headlines, but if you dive deeper in there, you'll notice that it was just a bad judgment by the courts out in Germany, specifically ruling in favor of this big publishing giant against like some small AdBlock company, AdBlock Plus, that's based here in the States. So they'll just remove AdBlock Plus from the stores, the Chrome stores and Firefox stores out in Germany, but you could probably still sideload it if you wanted. So I'm not too concerned with that. Yeah, Arc, I think, got sold, actually. So Arc browser is no longer a thing. The company ended up doing some kind of AI DIA-based browser, some crap. So everyone jumped ship off of Arc, and nobody's using their new crappy browser. So Arc got sold to another company, I think this past couple weeks, or maybe it was last week. And now someone's going to rebrand Arc, and God knows what they'll do to it. So I wouldn't use Arc. Just rough. Yeah, some things never change. Q browser hasn't changed in decades. Yeah, Alessian. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for correction there, one dude. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. It was a decent product. I don't know why they ruined it. It was kind of strange. Can you please call me Christopher, not Christoph? You got it, Christopher. My bad. I was just reading it. My dad used to call me, he didn't even call me Christoph. He called me Topher. Because my full name's Christopher. So he'd call me Topher. And nobody else has ever called me that. Just my dad from way, way back. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Topher Titus, yeah. Actually, I think that's an actor's name. God, Topher Titus? No, it's Topher Grace. This guy. Yeah, 70s sitcom guy. The 70s show. Yeah. It's kind of a weird name, but hey. How do you stack DuckDuckGo browser nowadays with Duck.ai and promise privacy? Ease of face. So yeah, Radio, this is a good question. DuckDuckGo is backed by Microsoft and the Bing browser. So the question, Radio, is how much do you trust Microsoft with your privacy? I don't know about you, but not much. So DuckDuckGo is a bit of a joke these days. That uses Bing. If you want to advertise on DuckDuckGo, you can actually go to bing.com and go into their advertising, and then you can advertise whatever privacy and security shill product you want to launch out to the masses and all the people that don't know any better. A lot of privacy and promise privacy and stuff is kind of BS. Yeah, I tell you what. I think the Start page back in the day was decent, but then I think they got in hot water about something. I'm not sure where it stands now. Again, I think to really truly be private, I've said this many times before, you got to roll your own thing. You just got to host it yourself. You got to just do it yourself. I think that's the only way to be sure. Because as soon as you outsource it to something like that, another company, you're just asking for problems. Yeah, Start page used to be good. Agreed. But I forget what happened. There was some shady stuff that happened, and nobody uses it now. Yeah. Everything's tied to your phone number. The problem with a phone number for two-factor is this. My account would have been hacked. All my accounts, like Google, Twitch, whatever it is, they would be hacked on phone number two-factor. I can't tell you how many times I've had, I've probably had about a handful of times. I can't tell you how many times. Probably about 4 or 5 times I've had hardware two-factor save my bacon. For whatever reason, somehow my password get leaked, and then someone would do a password account recovery, whether it was Google, whether it was, I just had a account recovery request come in. I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago, and someone was trying to reset my account on Google. It happens all the time. I mean, being a YouTuber, it's just part of the business, and people will spoof my number and call up the provider and try and get my number. I lock it down. I have hardware two-factor. I have all these things set up to prevent a lot of that, but hardware two-factor is the biggest thing. And do that instead of a phone number. Phone number is just so bad for two-factor. If you have any kind of public exposure, people can spoof that number and they can get at your information. So two-factor is not great. I want to say Linus Tech Tips got hacked. Well, one of the times he got hacked was because someone spoofed his phone number and cloned like his SIM card or something. And I think it was a social engineering attack with his telephony company. And then they also had the username and password to log into his Google. This would have been like not the last hack. I think it was like 2 or 3 hacks ago for him. that did that. That was one of the methods he lost control of his Google account. So yeah, really important to get hardware two factors big. So I use that wherever I can. Yeah. This is, yeah. Passkeys and FIDO2 biometrics are everywhere I can. 1000%. I really like FIDO2 biometrics right where you can put them wherever you can. So that's your YubiKeys. There's other models out there too, but YubiKeys probably the best in the name, and that's probably my recommendation. All right, should we actually do something today? Instead of just sitting here chatting. I love just chatting sometimes, but I feel like that. YubiKeys, I think they're $30. No, I think they're $40. I think inflation hit. Store. Let's see, what are they at? 50. Secure key, $25. That's not so bad. Yeah, so you could go with $25 for something like this. Oh wow, they have NFC baked in now too. That's cool. You can get a tray of 50. Oh wow, that's cool. Anyways, yeah, this is what my recommendation would be right here. Man, maybe I need to trade mine in. I think I have one of the old school YubiKeys without the NFC. I kind of want the NFC actually. I think I need to upgrade. Yeah, security key NFC. I think that came out like a couple years back because I got my YubiKey 4 or 5 years ago. So mine's not NFC. It's just old school. You got to plug it in everywhere you go. And with the rise of a lot of USB-C stuff, I kind of want this one. That one would be a little bit more convenient than traditional USB-A. So I'd probably go this one for $30. Yeah, interesting. It was real in 2019 that StarPay entered a contract with the U.S. company called Privacy One Group, where the parent company was System One, which is an ad tech firm, and ended up buying StartPage. Yeah, this is so true. There's one thing we can always say. Money always talks, and bullshit always walks. That is the one defining factor that will always remain true in life. Do you have a debloated ISO for Windows 11 laying around? Yeah. I make a new one probably every couple weeks to a month here. So I just use MicroWin, Christopher. Yeah, so the big thing is buy two. I always have multiple security keys. Usually I have one on my person sometimes, and then I usually have one in a secure location. So it's really important that you have a backup, and very important. Some people do even more than that, but I usually just have two. So don't just buy one, buy two, and then have one as a backup. The monocle layout in DWM, I don't know. I mostly use tiling. Sometimes I do monocle where it's full screen. It's like fake full screen essentially. So this is monocle, non-monocle. So yeah. Thanks for listening, Jared. Appreciate you, man. Can you spread it? No, you can't distribute ISOs. Microsoft ISOs is highly illegal. So any kind of modified ISO of Windows is very, very illegal. Don't ever spread that through like a server or something you own. You can do it for like I can make an ISO for a business and say, here's a specialized ISO for this business. That's okay. but I would have to bill it not as I made a custom ISO. I'd have to bill it as here was the tech time to set up an image for this business, and I'm only billing for my labor to build that image. You can't ever sell an ISO. That's the big thing. And you can't redistribute publicly. You can make an ISO for a private entity, of course, like sysadmins do it all the time. But yeah. All right, auto start. I think that was the main issue I have. Let's see. How to check what auto start a user is doing in system D. CTL. So let's check to see what user services we are. What? Degraded? The state is degraded. Okay. I kind of want to see what we have. We have a desktop portal. We have our audio. And we have game mode. And then also a keyring service. I wonder. What do we do? Let's see. More concise. All right. Flatpak document portal service failed. Huh. Now I do have a Synergy mod service that's running. I kind of almost want to do a reboot. Let's do list enabled. So we have Dunst, game mode, Hugo service, audio pipewire, Synergy, wire plumber, and then XGG user directory updates. Now I don't know why this is separated by a line right here, but we also have keyring. Oh, these are sockets. That's why. So that's fine. So they're pretty minimal, but how do we specify? I kind of want to create a bash script to probably something to modify or create user-based services. Maybe this should be a linutil expansion. So where all these are located should be .config, systemd, user, and as you can see, we have all these. Now, these GPGs should not be there. They're red, so that means they're not applicable. We do have, what's this, a Marquee battery service? Man, DHH put so much time into so many things with his distro. People don't realize how much he did on the back end there. Good night. It's kind of insane. Graphical. Okay, so this is Synergy. So the graphical session target has to be up. After it gets launched, then we can launch into Synergy service. Option D for daemon. That looks good.
Is it possible to do pass-through GT 210, or do I need to explicitly have an HDMI dummy or stuff for looking glass QEMU? For looking glass QEMU, you absolutely have to have an HDMI dummy. So HDMI dummies are like $5 to $10 on Amazon. Just grab any HDMI dummy plug. But if you're doing pass-through, you absolutely 1000% need an HDMI dummy. All right. Kind of curious. Let's do a tree. Let's go back and go tree. So this is kind of interesting. Let's get rid of these broken links. Okay, now we have a good looking link system. Dunst, Hugo, Landmouse. The thing about the Synergy service that I don't necessarily like is it's linked to the ETC version. And I don't necessarily like that. Yeah, I think it was an old install I had with Nix Package Manager. All right. Let's go with just gonna reload that daemon, and then I kind of wanted to just see list dependencies, show default. That should be much cleaner. And if we go system ctl user status, state degraded, and I think that was just from the Flatpak service that wasn't actually working. What is the best way to manage this? Ooh, Threadripper for 2,500. I'm not a big fan of Threadripper. I think it's a little bit overhyped. I know people come for me for saying that, but you know. Yeah, radio, you can actually repair. We actually just redid the repair for Winget in the toolbox. Frankly, I think if you just do repair the toolbox, maybe relaunch the tool, just WinUtil, launch it, go in, install like a really small program using Winget, such as like 7-zip, and you'll notice we've changed that repair utility. So if you tried this months ago, we've actually redone the repair of Winget in that time period. So you probably will have better luck these days. And I'm pretty sure I merged all that into the final product that's out today. Yeah, I just did a new version on Friday, last Friday. So yeah, 9.5, 3 days ago. So yeah, it'll definitely be there. So give it a whirl. If it prompts you for like a password, just hit cancel and it'll just keep going. I do need to fix that too. All right, let's give this a reboot, actually. I kind of want to see what happens on reboot. There's a couple things that I want to see on a reboot, just to kind of get a feel for the auto start capabilities. Hey, our node signal screen is not going to blind you guys with the multicolor nonsense that we had for a while there. I wonder if I could set the Avermedia one now. Huh. I wonder. Well, either way, it's much more aesthetically pleasing now. So I appreciate that. OBS way to detect that the screen or change scene or an overlay or something? Probably, Dammy. If you can think it up, typically it can be done. Not too much going on there. I finally got rid of Omarchy too. The Omarchy screen loader. Need that HP Wolf security as wallpaper. Ah, man. So great. I'm kind of looking forward to my next endeavor on that. Next system I build for this. I don't know when that'll be though. I did notice see, Synergy didn't start. And that should start. See, it's enabled, but it's active dead. I don't like that. What if... Okay, that's disabled. I think... these are two different files. What the heck is going on here? So if you go system, CTL, enable, Synergy. Let's do now. What happens? The problem is we won't get an actual tray icon by doing this. I don't think this is legit. I'm just trying to think for the average user here. Man. GDM no such user. That's jank. What is this? GDM ID, user GDM. Like what is happening with this? This is all wrong. Yeah. This looks vibe coded. McAfee workstation. Oh, God. I still can't believe McAfee's still around. It goes to show, man, once you get strong enough brand recognition, you can just survive anything. It's kind of wild because Norton and McAfee should, all intents purposes, be dead. They are awful antiviruses. Just so incredibly bloated. I hate them. So system status. If we look at Synergy, you know what? I think this whole service needs to be in the trash. What is the service again? Let me look. Let me just look at this service one more time, just to see how is it designed. So it does a pre-launcher and then in the login launcher. What the hell is this? And this one, source and etc login information. This, nah, I don't like this at all. Let's remove it. And then what we're gonna do, we're just gonna take this whole service, 86 it, boom, and then we're gonna sudo move etc synergy. Let's go system D. Is there synergy in here? I also want to look at that Omarkey seamless login service as well. Huh. So that's under user service. Man, I don't like that. Let's just move it. And then we're going to push that to home. Yeah, right here is where I want to move it. System plus service? I don't think they do. I think there's a problem with this right here. Let's just go code synergy. What is wrong with this system D user service? We're going to go ask. Let's pick a model that doesn't suck. And let's see what it says. There's a missing type directive. The service doesn't specify how systemd should manage the process. Since you're using D for daemon mode, you should specify type forking. Potential permissions issue. The service tries to access Synergy, which is typically owned by root. A user service might not have write privileges to this directory. Well, let's see. No, it will not have write privileges, although I don't think it needs write privileges because we are executing synergy-service, which is right here. And as you can see, guest has execute privileges. So that's fine. Type forking, restart 3 on failure, standard output to journal. Change working directory equals %H, uses the user's home directory instead of Synergy to avoid permissions issues. It should be fine. I don't know if I agree with the working directory. But the rest of it looks pretty solid. I think the big thing is the type forking. Explain the type directive further. Explain the type directive further. I don't quite grasp why you'd add the type forking. The type directive tells systemd how to manage the service process, when to consider it started. Here's why it's important for your Synergy service. The current issue, since you're using the daemon flag, Synergy service will start up, fork a background process. The original process exits, the background process continues running. Without type forking, systemd assumes type simple and thinks the service failed when the original process exits. Simple, when it's not declared, it's simple. Simple processes don't fork. Systemd considers it started immediately. Use when your program runs in the foreground. Obviously, this doesn't. Forking, service forks, so it creates child processes, is another way of saying it. Systemd waits for the parent to exit and tracks the child. This is what you need. Type execute, like simple, but systemd waits for the executive CVE completion. More simple, more reliable than simple. Interesting. I don't think I've ever used this. One shot for scripts that run once and exit, like a shell script probably. Type notify. Service sends notifications when ready to SD notify. Most reliable, but requires application support. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so really the only thing I would add to this is the type forking. This guy right here. Yeah, let's run that too. Retry sudo. 1 second. Cool. We're going to add the type forking. I do believe that is correct. The rest seem fine. The other thing I'm thinking is like the once and after, we might need to delay the start and we might specify a different start path before that. But very good all in all. Now, if we do a listing here, Synergy's owned by root there. So let's chown Titus, and we will just make Synergy there. So now you can see Synergy's owned with that. I don't know if this is actually needed or not, but I probably would do like a execute privilege for anything like service related. So that would make these executable. It's still running just fine with systemd, so I don't think that's really an issue. Now let's test directly, like you said there, Duo, and go Synergy service. Ooh, okay. Let's switch to OPT Synergy. And what's going on though with the Chrome sandbox? Why is that a red? Interesting. Worry about that later. All right, we'll go Synergy service, and then we're going to go D. What does that do? So we can see it goes there, launches, logger not set. Puts using logger in .local state, which is great. Starting as daemon, service started correctly, and it works. Okay. So that looks like worked great. All right, come on. Whatever. All right, let's reboot. See what we get. So I think what we'll do is make something that like modifies and creates user-based systemd services, because I want the user to be able to modify Autostart, and I think systemd based user services is the best method. And what we can do is take the terminology and going, hey, maybe ask a question. Is this service going to spawn another service? If so, we change the type to forking. So we ask like clarifying questions for Autostart to make sure it always auto starts whatever the user wants. And then it adds that systemd user service into like the .config systemd user directory and creates the service for them, enables it, and then they're good to go. Really like it. Yeah, let's see. It might be type simple after all, but I think it was failing on startup. I'm gonna just exit out of the Plymouth screen just to see what all we have here. And we can also look at journal CTL, because I don't think it's launching properly on startup here. I think it's trying to launch right here. But if we made it as user, see, it's not in the task tray. So that tells me, yeah, and it didn't launch. So what's that? What would cause that? Yeah, it should be after login, but it didn't. So let's first look at the status file and just go systemctl user status synergy. Shows here, shows it's dead. So did it even launch is the question. So let's go into .local. I remember seeing when we launched it last time, it put it in the state directory, Synergy. And if we look at the Synergy log, this is, it's roughly 234 here. This is way long ago. We do like just control end. All right, here we go. So what happened? 231. It never launched. Yeah, so this is me trying to exit, and then it never launched. So systemctl user never actually launched the daemon. Yeah, the Plymouth theme we're using right now, is the was it Spinner? I think it was the Spinner theme. It is disabled. Is it? All right, let's go systemctl user enable synergy. And then if we look at status, Ah, it is enabled now. If we go now, let's just try to start it. Usually if you do start, you go up something, maybe? No. It failed. Use a failure. All right. So what happened here? You must be right. So it must be the simple theme, actually. So type simple is what we need. It just stopped. All right, cool. So if we look, let's go Synergy Service. Let's go 7. Let's go simple. Write that out. Let's go system CTL -- user daemon reload. Journal CTL. Journal CTL - user. Invalid argument. I've always used like priority 3 and other things. There it is. That's old. All those events are really old. We killed all that. I deleted it. GDM's GNOME desktop display manager. We don't even use that. So that's invalid. Yeah. All right. Let's give it another whirl. Another reboot. I feel like that's pretty good. So it's enabled. Everything looks good. Got a little core dump happening. But I think that was because the type was incorrect. Let's give it a reboot. Went with this is a Samsung Odyssey 23-inch 1080p. So it's only like $110, $115 where I'm at. So it's still not an expensive monitor, but I didn't want to go above 1080p just because I stream mainly on this system, and I think it gives the greatest clarity for chat and everybody at 1080p. I've gone with like a 1440p in here before, and it's just terrible for recording. Oh man, 60 hertz. Speaking of which, we do need to check to see what Xrandar is doing for the refresh rate here. Very, very true. I didn't even think about that. I need to go back to your roots, 640 by 480. Oh, I love it. I love it. Some things are meant to be kept in the past. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's log in. All right, here we are. Somehow, That broke Flame Shot. Now Flame Shot's not launching. Yeah, Synergy's definitely not launching. What? I don't know if I like this anymore. I feel like I just said screw it and we just go with a different auto start method. System CTL giving me this many problems. I'm kind of like, is it even worth it? You know what I'm saying? Well, riddle me this, Batman. What the hell? Like, why? All right, let's journal, CTL, user, Synergy. Yeah, nothing new in log. That's old error messages. Dang, man. Oh, yeah. Let's go xrandar too. Flame Shot did load though. Look at that. Maybe it's just waiting. Do we think that's possible? Oh, that's unit. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, so like instead of this, if we go -- user, then we get a more apt example. So right now, it's doing it. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. This is 307 in April. Okay. Let's go to the end. So what's happening now? 39. Okay, that's 4 minutes ago. So this one happened at 37. That was 5 minutes ago, more than 5 minutes ago. And at 39, we hit the reboot. It stopped the service. And then it's never come back. I know. It's looking for that graphical error crap. I know what's happening here. Skill issue. If we look at Hugo, and if we look at like Dunst service, graphical session. What about land mouse? How did I do that? Land mouse after graphical session target. Make sure the service terminates with graphical session. I think, honestly, we do this. We bind it to the graphical session, right? After bind, type simple. And if we look at land mouse, you see how we have this exec pre? I think what we do, let's yank that, come back over to here. Let's do a delay. Now, we didn't specify type over here. We don't necessarily over here, but we already have it in. Output journal is fine, but yeah. Install one and by graphical session. Yep. So I think we do it after, not as a pre. It binds, that's the same. We also add a little bit of a sleep. And I feel like that should let everything finish waking up and going on the system and then launch. The other thing that might be happening is the network might not come online. I think there's a long delay before the network actually activates on this system for whatever reason. Okay. Yeah, so right now we're binding it to the graphical. So when a graphical terminates, it will quit. And then we wait till the graphical finishes booting up before launching. Before the one before this change was, it was waiting for graphical pre to finish and then it would launch. But I think that's wrong. I think it needed to be graphical session, and that's the problem. We could also wait for the network. Yeah, and I think I actually have a couple network wait in here. I'm trying to think, which one did I do for that? Let's just go user, daemon reload. And the only real way to test this is to reboot. Because if we just go user, and then I go start Synergy, you'll notice it should pop up in the top there, and then it'll work. There it is. It works great. So that's what we want. We want these two perfectly firing off. And that would be it. Yeah. I think I really hate Network Manager, to be honest. I think it's just very inefficient. And I think I want to just go with like a Network D type situation and then just bind everything direct to System D. Having Network Manager on top of System D or Network D, I think it's just bad in general. But I don't know if I really want to redo the whole configuration for that. I might need to, though, just because the startup here is just taking forever. And I think a lot of that has to deal with the network wait. I think it's Network Manager wait, actually, that's the problem. Damn it. Why is it like this all the time? I want it clean, though. We got to clean it up. If we look, you'll notice on the startup, it's always Network Manager wait. Usually we'll have like a little timer pops up here in a second. Yeah, there it is. Network Manager wait online. Now, I do that on purpose, mainly because I use NFS shares and I want to wait for the network to completely get online before trying to log in, because I want to make sure I have those network shares. So that's the reason for that delay. Now, what I want to see is Flame Shot and also the Synergy be in here. Now, we did add a 5-second delay, and I noticed Flame Shot did take a while to boot. Why is Flame Shot taking that long? That's a good question. I don't know. And if we look at system, what is it? System D. System analyze, System D analyze. I think we can do blame. Let's go. Blame. So yeah, you can see what's taking the longest time. Network Manager wait online. Now the thing that would kill me the most is if we waited all this time and some of them come online and some of them don't. Specifically the ones that have a ton of files in them and they take forever to come online. And our Synergy servers never did start. God. We're purging Network Manager. Goodbye, Network Manager. Is this advised? Probably not. Network Manager. What do I have? If we go Network Manager, and then we go NM Connection Editor. What else do we have installed? Oh, I feel like this is going to purge too much stuff. Oh, no, it's not that bad. Purging. Let's go. You only live once. Yeah, I don't have any Wi-Fi. WPA package, the WPA supplicant is needed for wireless. Probably won't work on my laptop, though. That would kind of screw me. Wi-Fi is overrated. 1000%. And if we go systemctl user, Synergy. Man, I tell you what. That shit's just not launching. Ah. All right, let's change the after network dash online. Ah, man. All right, let's just try that. Yeah. All right. Let's see what purging the network manager does. Maybe we'll have a fast boot. Did I set that? That's a good question. Did we set the network? I was just checking the target. Yeesh. Yeah, we'll take a look here in a second. Oh yeah, I have a beeps. Well, I mean, it's a server, so server-based workstations typically all have beeps. Kind of an archaic looking BIOS, but they're typically all right. I'm surprised you guys can hear the beep. Although I don't do any filtering, so. Well, that was quite a bit faster, I will say. All right, well, that's looking good on the startup there. Flameshot just popped right in. I think Network Manager was doing some shady stuff. But Synergy's still not working. What the hell? Why? Oh, well. All right, let's see. Yeah. All right. Let's go. God, I'm still on. All right, we'll probably change that. Gotta think about that too. All right, 1 second. Quick break, guys. Let's just do a quick 10-minute break. I want to think about some of this. I do like the switch to System D for the network. I think Network Manager is just way too inefficient, and I think we can do a better job. So, be right back. We'll see if my monitor turns off. Ooh. Before I forget. Is that still like that? Oh, no. We're good. Okay. I'll be right back. Yes. Hey, my screen didn't go off. Hot dog. I'm actually on time. What if we set a... It's an idea. What if we set the user service to set up the 120 hertz? Maybe. Oh, yeah. We need to first fix our networking, huh? All right. I think we need Resolve D and then also... Okay. So you have network generator, network D. Let's do that. So this is enabled. Then you also have network D. What's the wait online? It's just a mass service. Doesn't really matter, I don't believe. But I think we do need to make that enabled. Enable. Let's go ahead and do now and just see. Yeah. So. And you can't just do enabled, right? Yeah, I'll just say masked. Okay. Actually, I don't think we have resolved here, do we? Oh, damn. You know what? AI to the rescue. Oh, we can't use AI. We don't have any internet. Oh, wow. All right, system CTL. Let's just do start. System D network. Wait, what? Were these user-based services? No, right? System D. Huh. Network D. No. All right. Wait a second. I just had them up here. So when we did like System D Network D, it's active and running. Huh. But we don't have any resolution of IP. What about DHCP? It's probably a DHCP issue. Because the vert bridge is from VirtCH, which is virtual machines. The rest is just nothing. So I think it was a DHCP issue. So isn't it just DHCP CD or something like that? I can't remember. Well, we're just gonna have to stab in the dark here. I think it was DHCPD. That's it. Look at that. We'll just go enable DHCPD and dot service. What's the @ symbol do again? I can't remember. I'm sure it's fine. Now, yes. Google schmoogle. All right. Yes. Now we do resolve. System CTL. It's kind of weird when I did the system CTL status. Is it resolve D? No. I think it's network system D. System D dash resolve. Resolve D. Yeah. Okay. But that shows it online. So should these be user-based services for the resolution? That's the question. Or maybe it's just slow as balls on the startup. No, still not working. Okay, we got Duo says in chat. Yeah, system D resolve D. That's what I thought. I don't think you have to do per config. It's not like net plan in Ubuntu. So I think you can just go start. Let's go enable. Result. System D. Resolve D. No. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just got to restart it. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's get rid of the now command. Just do a restart. I thought I fixed that in my bash RC. Ah. Such a crappy alias. No. All right, I think we gotta go Duo's approach. Let's reboot. Hey, what's up, Dan? Oh man, going well. Just kind of messing around today. Hey, met for tip, all right. Goodness. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta say, Muscle Milk, probably one of the worst protein shakes I've ever had. If I didn't get an entire case for $15, I would not have bought it. I think I'm satisfied paying double the price for just some core power. 'Cause that just tastes like, it just tastes like chemicals. Anyways. I mean, it gets the job done. It's got 32 grams of protein, but it doesn't taste like awful. It just tastes, it just tastes a little bit more like chemicals. Tastes like the 90s. Yeah. Definitely 90s. And I don't mean that in a good way. I mean it, and I bet this is banned in like at least 10 countries kind of way. All right, anyways, Yeah, still not gonna resolve. I think we have to do that. A stupid question. Why don't you get some powder and mix it yourself? Yeah, the mix can be good. I have a really good mix in there. Believe it or not, I've tried a bunch of different like mix it yourself type ones. And I got caught up on like what's a premium, no ingredients, like all organic kind of protein powder mix. And like I went like this hydrolyzed good version. And at the end of the day, it just didn't taste very good. And I still haven't finished that stupid tub. I think everyone has a protein powder they bought that you just throw the tub out. And what I'm going to go back to, I mean, sounds awful, but I'm just going to go back to like the huge name in the market, which is Optimum Nutrition or On. And they have a mocha cappuccino one. And it tastes so good. Oh, chef's kiss for protein powder. And I like that one. I always drink that in the morning. These are just kind of like nice convenience drinks while I'm streaming. And I kind of go through different ones, but for the most part, I do the actual shaker one. But I'd say the Optimum Nutrition Mocha Cappuccino, by far my favorite protein powder. Even though it's a concentrate, protein concentrate, and they do some blend on that, so it's not like high quality protein by any means. But it's frankly better than nothing. And that's kind of like where I'm at, where I'm just like, you know what? If I can get it down consistently, sign me up. And it's cheap as hell. You can get like a 5-gallon tub for like $70. So there's that too. ETC Resolve. Oh, I think that's what it is. I think chat came up with the solution here. NVIM Resolve. Okay. That all looks good, right? Do you like tea? Love tea. Tea is like awesome. Top tier. I've never met a tea I don't like. For the most part. There's probably tea I don't like, but usually it's like old bitter tea that's been sitting on the shelf for a year and I just can't bring myself to throw it away because I'm cheap. But yeah, most tea, like a really good Earl Grey. Oh, man, so good. I need to drink more tea. Yeah, I really do need to make more tea. Matcha. Zoe would like matcha. It needs to point to 127 for system D. What? 127? What are you talking about? All right, here's what we got. What do we got? I don't think I've ever even run Resolve Status. I don't know what that says about me. I think you, Jay, know what's up. I don't really use this very much. I'll be honest. I need to use Resolve D and Network D more. So let's yeah, we got ping. We can ping like Cloudflare's just fine. All right, you got service, query, status. Oh, why am I having trouble with this? You think DHCPD is screwing Resolve D? So yeah, we're not having we're having DNS resolve issues. We purged Network Manager instead of having Network Manager do it all. We're just gonna do it all through System D. Easy. And so name server 127.0.0.53. Really? Is that the problem? I mean, let's try it. I'm just, but I want to understand why that's the problem. So let's go sudo invim etc resolve conf name server. Let's just go name server. We're going to enter it just like UJ does. I think he has more of a clue than me on that. It's a local address. So 127 is a local address. 53. I don't know what the significance of .53 is. It's close to like, what is a DNS port is 53, isn't it? Ah, geez, I don't know. DHCPD can handle DNS. All right. You still doing CrossFit? Oh, yeah, for sure. I love me some CrossFit. Been doing it for almost 3 years now. 3 years in November. Yeah, 53 is the port for DNS. And that's what I thought. So that's kind of a weird, funky setup, but let's give it a whirl. I believe we have to restart the service now as well. So let's go sudo systemctl restart, or maybe it resolves. Let's first just go ping googs. No, all right. Didn't think that would work. Let's restart. Okay. Resolve D. Ruck says we use DHCPD for the DNS for the club. Oh, okay. That's weird. Why would they add two different services for DNS? I mean, there's so many different DNS because you got NetPlan for Ubuntu. You have Network Manager that can kind of take things over and change everything as well. Okay, now let's just do it this way. I really just want to use the System D services. I'm kind of curious. And now just go there, resolve DNS equals DHCPD is not part of System D. So how do you get DHCP without, how do you get it without the actual service? Okay. Throw Cloudflare in there. Fallback. Let's just do level 3? I like to do .3. Mix it up a little bit. All right. So we don't need the DHCP. Okay. There it goes. All right. Yeah, that didn't work. So We have conflicts with DHCPD. Let's purge it too. So we could get rid of DHCPD, DHCP CD, right? So what would that get? Oh, that gets rid of a bunch of stuff. Well, that's no good. I'd cause some problems. Anyways. Yeah, we'll just disable it. So I think what we need to do is also set network, right? Okay, there's network manager right there. Let's sudo remove network manager. You could just RS, yeah. We'll just RF that. What's this other one? So we do LS. If we look at network, what do we have? Net config. What's that? I'm just gonna clean up a few things. Yeah, that's nothing. So probably system network. Let's go system D. Network. Okay, there's nothing in network folder. And all right, let's just go network D right here then. Let's sudo this. Just want to see my network config. Okay. Client daemon. Thank you for that, Rux. So everything's commented out right now. I would assume we need to do something with this right here. Yeah. So it should just be network. The option for DHCP is not there, so let's just add it. Then it'd be DHCP equals yes. Right? So then everything would be self-contained with that. With system D. I like that. Easy. And I don't think we have to configure each interface. Now, you can configure different drop-ins using network CD conf. So let's look at... No, yeah, there's no comps here at all. What about that resolve comp? Let's just do a tree. What do we have? Curious. So you have this dispatcher under a lot of old network Docker service. LACT. That's back when I had an AMD. CXB next daemon. I don't remember what that was for. Probably uninstalled it. So we do have disable multicast. We have Docker DNS. What else do we have here? Wait for graphical. Network online. So if we look, all that's fine except for, where was that? It's under system. What is the root system? Yeah. Because that mask is incorrect. So we go sudo rm system / and then system D where are you at? I think it was network online actually, wasn't it? Oh god, there's network manager right there too under graphic. So you have under multi-user and then also network online target once. Okay. Let's clean up some of this. So let's go to multi-user, network manager service. Let's remove that one. Let's also go to system and then network online. Let's also remove that one. I'm just clearing up like old services. There's no reason to hit a lot of these old ones if they no longer exist. And honestly, I could get rid of Docker as well. I kind of want it all in one spot too. I don't like a bunch of scattered files, especially if it's just like one thing that's happening. Now, as far as multicast goes, what's interesting with it, if we go into what's user look like? Nah, nothing. Resolve dconf. This is the one I'm kind of interested in. Like, you're doing multicast no for a resolve. And then if we also look, what's the Docker DNS? DNS extra stub listener. Let's get rid of that. Because we're not using Docker on this system. Frankly, I think I kind of want multicast, do I not? Yeah, this is standard, wired. You can also re-enable systemd network and it'll set its links again. Maybe we do that. So if we go systemctl enable, and let's just hard code this again. Network D. So the network is masked, ignoring. What if, let's remove that. Let's try it again. There we go. See, I think the network managing didn't quite clear out some of that. You know, I'm going to remove the multicast, disable multicast as well. Yeah, so we unmasked that. I just wanted to kind of streamline some of this. Let's remove resolve.conf back. Get rid of you. Remove directory. Resolve. All right. Clearing out a few just like old odds and ends. I really just want a really nice clean systemd setup. So then we look here. We can get rid of dbus, free desktop, nm, dispatcher service. I keep forgetting. All right. So then we got that. All of that looks gravy. Let's get rid of Docker and all that services. Shouldn't have anything there. If we look again, I don't see a couple red. Let's go to multi-user. I just kind of want to clear up some of these bad links. They probably aren't doing anything bad, but it doesn't hurt to get rid of them. All right, so now we got this nice clean system. Anything else here that I don't like? And it shouldn't be referring to network manager or have any like red broken links. Everything looks great. This is now set to systemd wait online. Ah, I like it. I like it. All right, let's reboot. Cross your fingers, right? But I really like this. I feel like, oh, another thing I kind of want to do before we do a reboot. What is this Omarkey seamless login? What were they doing here? And why was this made? Yes, seamless login. Okay, so it was straight up just doing a binary execute of seamless login with the options Universal Western, Silent Manager Start, Hyperland Desktop. Interesting. Okay. Let's just get rid of that. All right, let's reboot. What are the chances of me RMing my entire system? Pretty good, Razzle. But the idea here is we really just want everything nice and clean. And then when we do like a system D analyze blame, what we want this to look like. I mean, this is looking pretty good actually right now. Like, I don't see anything in here that's like too terrible. Right? Let's reboot. Yeah. Yeah, the 30 seconds on Network Manager, I just didn't like that at all. I don't know why Network Manager was taken. I mean, it was probably a misconfiguration. Again, another skill issue. But I think it's fine. I don't think we really need Network Manager. I want minimal. As minimal as possible. So no DHCP CD, no Network Manager. We're just going to do the baked in networking that Systemd provides. Just got to get good at that. Yeah, I want to say Systemd does a terrible job with Wi-Fi, but I could be wrong. I haven't used it enough to really tell you 100% that's true or accurate. But I will say this screen is going much faster. I mean, it flew through that bottom part. Is there anything in the background? Let's look. Oh, it all looks pretty good. Ah, there it is. Network Manager. So I think the Network Manager wait is now we've replicated the Network Manager waiting for network to log in. Interesting. It might just keep waiting though. We might have had a configuration error here. Ouch. Yeah, there's no limit on this one either. We could escape it though. So we're waiting for the internet to come up, but the real question, will the internet come up? I don't know. I do not know on that. I'm going to say no. Yeah. All right. Wait, what? I guess it did come up finally. Took 2 minutes. What was that? Yeah, 2 minutes for System D Network D Wait Online service. Ouch. All right, the real question. Oh. Ouch. All right, DHCP is incorrect. All right. Yeah. That's what I thought. What was Windows? Yeah. I knew we had a misconfiguration. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. All right. So this DHCP is incorrect. And we could also, let's look at resolve just in case it also wrong. Oh, no. We added that. That's fine. So it's really this that's the problem. Yeah, it's got to be the network d.conf. So DHCP not working. What options are we missing? I feel like you should specify v4 and v6. Yeah, we're using Cloudflare for DNS with a backup to level 3. So DNS is fine. The issue is we're not issuing an IP address properly. So DHCP in network D is incorrectly specified. So, what is the correct configuration? Well, this is a good question, but every single Linux system in the world pretty much has network D somewhere in the back end. Most aren't using it though. Why don't Linux distros use network D? Maybe we're figuring that out right now. I mean, so far, if it was just a couple options, like setting the resolve servers and then DHCP, it would be fine. Let's go man network D. Yeah, that would be great. D network. Okay. DHCP. No DHCP. Any links not supported. Explicitly tell. All right, let's go man network.conf. Yeah, no. I don't think that is a thing. So we have network D. Let's try network D. Yeah, that's what we were in. What about network D service? Same file. So what other offline resources can we do? Yeah, I'm sure ArchWiki would help. However, we need to get some internet connection to pull up the Arch Wiki. Man page for network.conf. Okay. I'm all for pulling that up. There's nothing in the network folder under System D. And here is the network D configuration where we put our DHCP. Now here, there should be nothing network related. So everything's under ETC System D. Boom. That's looking good. It's looking clean. It doesn't work, but it's looking clean. I'm feeling good about it. Says create a file for the interface under network folder like 20.titus.network. Yeah, you could do that, but honestly, just putting DHCP equals yes should be sufficient as well. Man networkd.conf. Thank you, chat. Thank you, lucky man. All right, configuration, directory, and precedence. Okay, let's look through this. Let's read it. Well, let's understand some network D. Everybody likes to network the D. All right, here we go. Local overrides can also create drop-ins, configuration files, edit for the purpose, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so you got the main configuration. We're just going to put it all in the main configuration. Let's not overcomplicate it with the conf.ds and 10 dash blah, 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 or whatever. All I want is to DHCP this bad boy and call it good. All right, IPv4. If an interface is configured with a .network file, that enables IP masquerade. This setting is implied unless explicitly specified. Okay. Maybe we do have to have the network file, but let's look more. I do not see DHCP here for an option under general. I think we put DHCP in the wrong spot. 100%. This is what I need. Coffee maker. What do we got? I thought you had a dual PC setup. Seems this should be fine in the config for wired adapters. 20-wired match required for online routable DHCP equals yes. Yeah. That looks right. I have seen that before. So, speaking of which, let's first clear up that file because nobody likes just having bad stuff chilling out in their config file. That's just no good. Let's get rid of that. So there's nothing in the file. We are on blank, no config. Now let's go into network. There's nothing here, right? So now we're gonna make that wired happen. So we're gonna go 20 wired dot network. Boom. Now you might be thinking, what do you use for the adapter? You can pull in your interface names here. So like if you do like a retrieve and IPA, you can see we have EMP S1. I think it's EMP 1 S0, but anyways, I digress. We're gonna go match, boom. And this is gonna be name equals that EMP 1 S0, boom. Then we got our link section, required for online, and this is going to be routable. All right. And then finally, network. DHCP equals yes. So you can see that this is what we're currently at with an IPA. This is supposedly going to set up this guy right here. Now, we also have an ENS1 and an ENO1. Now, might be in our best interest to also map those. Why do I have 3 interfaces here is a better question. I only have 2 Ethernet jacks. So this might be the virtual network. These might be the hardwired network. Ah, shit, I don't know. Maybe I set that up when I did a bridge. I have one extra network here that doesn't belong. VMs. I think that's a... So this is the bridge right here. This is a virtual machine bridge for sure. One of these networks I set up a year plus ago. Whenever I did... No, it's like 2 years ago now. What did I do? Which adapter was the magic adapter? What do I have? Oh, good call. Thank you, Rux. I have 2 Ethernet, physical Ethernets on the motherboard. This is the 10 gigabyte fiber connection because I need 10 gigs, obviously. These are the onboard 1 gig physical ports. So actually I have 3 different hardwired ports. This, we already established, is the virtual bridge. This is your loop back, which is in every system, which is the 127.0.0.0.1. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. I love it. Gravy. Let's just quit that. Save that. And finally, we shall restart the network. So system, CTL, restart. System, D, network, D. Let's make the... Show me some magic. Show me the magic. Any minute now. No magic. Well, crap. So... Yes, I agree. Like ETH0, ETH1. I think that's it. Oh, it does show up. It does show up. So maybe we just got to give it a minute. No. Port is set down. So I've used Network Manager too long. It's ruined me here. So now we got to set the state up. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Isn't it like AP? And then let's see if I can find it. What am I going? Link. Set EMP as 0. Up. Okay. So we got IP link set EMP1 S0 up. Okay. No bueno there. Maybe a daemon reload? Yeah, maybe. Okay. And then let's do a restart. Now, shouldn't it just auto start here? It shouldn't be in the down state since things are plugged into it, right? All right. Damn it. Should have paid more attention. Let me look more over this. Let's see. Why am I like this? Why didn't I just stick with Network Manager? I don't know why I wanted to make my life hard. I feel like I should have looked all this up when we had the internet working. I mean, we could create a one for each one. I don't think that's it, though. Yeah. Let's put it to 20-10G card.network. Let's just go. All right. Let's move 20 to 20-10G card.network. And then let's copy 20-10G. We're going to make 21 ETH. What is it? ENS 1? I think was it ENS and ENO or ENO? Yeah, let's just look. Yeah, ENO and an ENS. Weird. Whatever. We should probably rename that, but let's do a copy actually. And what we're gonna do is make an ENS 21-ENS1.network. And then we'll also make an ENO.1 network. We can leave them at the same priority. I just want the 10G card to have precedent, so we'll leave it at 21. And we'll go ENO. Let's come on over. ENO 1. And then ENS. ENS 1. Okay. And then let's sudo system ctl restart. We're gonna go system D network D. And then, hey, interesting. We did get an IP from ENS, but we did not get an IP from ENP 1S. Why? So we do have internet now, but the question remains, did I get that wrong? Maybe EMP1S0 is not my 10 gig connection. My 10 connection might be ENS. Where does it show link speed? That's the true test. Link speed would be... It only has one port. Yeah. So we have 2 motherboard NICs. Is that going to work? I don't think we have internet. So this is working, but Chrome is not working now. What? So wondering saying link this. So EMP's unplugged. That's fine. That's going to be the motherboard. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's fast enough. We do have internet at least now. We have IPv4 on both. If you look at iNet, we have an IPv4 on both. Jippity is not working right here. So what if we reboot? Let's just give it a reboot. Now that we got it all configured, I'm kind of curious how it comes up. Yeah, ping -4 to force IPv4 on the check. Oh, that's a good one, Rux. I should have done that. Man, on reboot, we're gonna check that. Yeah, we can check to see if etc resolve.conf is a symlink. Because Wondering earlier said, hey, make sure you symlink the resolve from run systemd over to it. And I know this sounds all relatively complex as we're kind of working through it. I'm just trying to understand systemd networking a little better. Because honestly, you know, I don't mess with it practically, hardly ever, obviously. But in theory, if we use and configure systemd properly, then it would be much faster than having to install the extra packages. In theory. It's a good theory. All right, we're gonna escape out of Plymouth. I want to see if it gets stuck on that waiting for online. I believe it'll start popping up and probably now should unhook itself around 30 seconds. That's what Network Manager was giving me. So here's the wait for network. We're around 30 seconds. Boom. Just like Network Manager. And then we should have our login page here in the next couple seconds. Or longer. probably longer. I'm just not sure why that's so. No. Nope. We're waiting again. Waiting for network. It'll time out around 2 minutes. So we got about a 30-second wait, and then the login screen will pop in. Yeah, there's something still amiss with this config. I think it's something with IPv4. We'll do a ping Google, and then we'll do a ping space -4 test IPv4, because every ping so far comes back with IPv6 issues or results, which tells us, hey, it's using IPv6 instead of IPv4. Yeah, right around 2 minutes. We probably won't have internet. No, we definitely have internet. Okay. And when we ping Google, all that's IPv4. But if we ping -4 Google, which forces IPv4, still works. And if we try ChatGPT, it's still broken. What are we missing? Resolve. Let's look at the resolve. The resolve has to be it, right? So if you look and we look at resolve, yeah, it's symlinked to the stub. But it shouldn't be symlinked to the stub, right? Huh. Let's just sudo remove. Sudo systems restart ctl restart. Let's go network d dash resolve d resolve d resolved. Not network D. Then when we do an LL and we look for resolve, I do not see a resolve in here. Do we have to resymlink it? I thought it would auto resymlink there. We could just re-enable. Maybe the re-enable will resymlink it. Nah. Did not. It did not. Huh. Yeah, I guess we could symlink it again. God, this is just kind of jank, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, it's fine. Like, obviously we were able to resolve. We have our IPs from DHCP, but as soon as I pull up, like, this is a Chrome tab, it does not have internet connection. And like, let's say I do like system ctl dash user. Let's use a different program other than Chrome. Synergy. Earlier we were messing around with the Synergy service. Let's see what happens when I start it. Does it just completely bomb out too? No, it does not. So it's something with Chrome. Is Chrome dependent on like Network D, or not Network D, but Network Manager? ETH tool. I don't think I've. Do we have ETH tool installed? Yeah, we don't have ETH tool. That is 10 gigs. So we are on 10 gig with that, which is fine. Yeah. Yeah, we're resolving and resolve conf. Okay. Let's try that. Let's first look at the package. We do not have the package installed. Let's install resolve conf. Huh. All right, we got it installed. You really think it's that? Okay, it provides resolve CTL. I've never used resolve CTL, I don't believe. All right, let's see what we got. Well, that looks good. So we have default route set for both of our Ethernet that are up. Both are going to Google. And then for fallback DNS servers, you got level 3, Cloudflare, Quad 9. God knows what this is. I don't know. Something. How to implement WireGuard. WireGuard's pretty simple, actually. They have like nice config files you can just drag and drop on systems. Like, I know the GUI interface for WireGuard on Windows is just stupid simple. You just drag and drop the comp file in, say Autostart, and then you just establish VPN automatically. It's really, really slick. On Linux, I remember I tinkered a little bit more, but it was very similar. It wasn't too bad. Two default gateways could be an issue. I think this is a little ridiculous. But I do like some minimal stuff, and I was like, how hard is it to use networking in systemd? And why does every single distribution either install Network Manager, have like NetPlan for if you're in Ubuntu, or something different? I think we've answered that question in the past hour or two. I think we've definitely figured that out. Yeah, this is way more complicated than Network Manager or or this. So, needless to say, as much as I would like a minimal solution like this, we're going to go back to Network Manager, guys. I think this is just silly at this point. I can say I made a mistake. Sometimes I thought minimal is better, but sometimes it's not. In this instance, no, we're just going to install Network Manager and say, screw it. We're done. We're done. I'm going back to Network Manager. NMCLI works every time. If you don't want to use NMCLI, you can use NMTUI. And then you get a nice little terminal user interface. Why would we use anything else? Yeah. That's just ridiculous. Anyways, so let's get this going. Let's go sudo systemctl enable Network Manager now. NMTUI. What do we got? I think it's already set up. I literally think installing it just automatically sets up everything. That's how crazy this is. Oh my god. This is hilarious. Let's go into System D and blow out those other ones too. By the way. Yeah, let's do disable a System D network. Agreed. Disable System D network. D. Is it network or network D? Network D. Removed. And now we... what about Resolve D? Don't we need to... Did it take care of Resolve D as well? I don't see a Resolve D. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So network and Resolve should do it. It's not worth it. I think we just sat here and messed around for 2 hours for no reason other than entertainment. I kind of just was curious. I was like, it's probably not that. I really liked... Here's the interface I liked configuring. Do y'all remember initd? This would have been circa 2018. Initd, I think, had the best CLI network configuration out of any initialization manager out there. I remember configuring, I think it was, what is it, 18, Ubuntu 18? I think it was Ubuntu 16 and Ubuntu 18. And I remember I just loved it. You just go into system network, done. Technically still around, yeah. I actually disabled Resolve D. My bad. Unbound's amazing, wondering. So, I remember using it when, I think it was like a Pi-hole server. It was like Pi-hole with Unbound. It was like next level caching. I'm tempted to do that again, actually. Yeah, this is pretty much a see what Titus can break day. We still haven't fixed what I actually made the initial stream about, the Autostart. The Autostart's still screwed up. For Synergy, at least. Because it works fine when I manually say start the service as a user. But on startup, it does not work at all. So around 35 seconds. Yeah, okay, like clockwork. All right. So got a little bit there. Oh no, did I break it? Be funny if I broke my internet. Oops. All right, we need Resolve D back. My bad. Oopsies. All right. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, so just the network portion of System D. We can keep Resolve D. It's fine. So we're just using Network Manager with Resolve D. It's done. Yeah. Pretty easy with Network Manager. I get why almost every distro ships with Network Manager. There's a lot of add-ins and widgets that come with already built from Network Manager. It has a fantastic TUI NMCLIs like the GOAT. And it does make it so much easier. Okay, well, now we know. Ah, gosh. All right, and then I still... This. What is up with this? Why does this work? Takes a couple seconds. And then... Oh, it doesn't work. Well, spoke too soon. What happened? This is just maddening. What the hell? So Network Manager wait online. I'm thinking, yeah, that's not it actually. Synergy's still not working as a daemon. Well then. Someone's written an article about it, I guarantee it. Just synergy things. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so like when I looked at it, like when we go system, CTL, user, and then grab synergy, right? Or maybe it's just synergy. Nope, no. Synergy. Oh no, journal CTL. My bad. Journal CTL. I was like, what? That's the right syntax. All right. So let's go to the end. What's happening? Okay. This tells me nothing. Let's go to the Synergy log then. All right. All right. Okay, so here's 27. So here's our initial boot right in here. Version, config, launching as Titus. Beautiful. Everything looks good. Deprecated, please use in newly written code. That's a Synergy problem. Okay, failed to add peer, not a big deal. Using legacy X Windows screen. Connected. And yet, problems. Can I like reload? Man, I kind of miss the days where you just hard coded all this crap in a config file and called it good. So this person said no, Damon, hard coded it to config. That's one way to go about it. All right. I don't think the address changed. Maybe? Let's see. Oh, we do have some Synergy stuff going on here. Okay. Let's just quit out of Synergy there. And then what I want to do, let's relaunch. No working. All right, fine. What's happening here? Here's our current log. So 33, installing service, no sudo, starting service. Yeah, I think, oh, I got like an old config or something in here. Isn't there a 24H2 release of Windows 10? Yeah, there should be, Christopher. Now, okay. That is now working. What? So Synergy is now working there. Maybe I just need to reload it. With all the networking config changes, maybe there was some shenanigans. So let's just hit exit. Okay, it stops. Let's just go system CTL, user, status, Synergy. Should be inactive. It does get started on startup. So then if we hit start, we should see it pop up in the upper right. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So now that's working. I think there was a little bit of a networking configuration change. Now we're fine. The one thing I'm kind of like, I guess let's restart again. Yeah, Chrome works again. We're good. It is back alive. And this is already enabled. We have a sleep for the pre-execution of 5, and then it starts Synergy service as a daemon. And that we've proven works. I still don't like it though. I want to try one more thing. I feel like it would just be doing the same thing as we've been doing the whole time. Still think there's something up here. And also, what if we do a one-shot service? Yeah, this is after graphical. I still don't think that's right. All right, let's create a new service. Set refresh dot service. So ooh, we're on Jibbity 3.1 or 4.1. CTL file with the command user file with the command. We're going to try an xrandar. I've never actually done this. Can't tell you if it'll work, but I want to see if we go main. Let's just yank this. I like it. Environment display equals :0. Okay. Nice. That seemed to work. Beautiful. So setting a user-based systemd for refresh would actually be pretty easy. Okay, that's coming together. So then the question remains, well, what about Synology? And there's something this file did that was kind of interesting. This environment display equals :01. Kind of interesting. So, wanted by right here, graphical session. So there's no issues. All right, I'm determined to get this stupid thing working. All right, let's give it a whirl. So, on reboot, we should have 120 refresh rate. We should have synergy starting in the upper right after 5 seconds of being on the desktop. In a perfect world. Rux is a wise man. You all should listen to him. This is true. So true. I think the chances are pretty good. I got a decent feeling about this one, actually. I've got a really good feeling about this. I think we all have our moments, you know? The problem with the world today is everyone wants the one person that just knows everything, that's right all the time, 100% of the time. And the thing is, this person doesn't exist. If you think you know someone that just is always right 100% of the time, you're a moron. That person doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The smartest people I know typically understand when they're wrong, and they're wrong a lot. Everyone's wrong a lot. It's just they know, okay, that was not right. Let's find a better answer. No, that was wrong too. Crap. All right, well, let's try another one. Oh, that was wrong too. The person that's just like, oh yes, this is 100% correct all the time. No worries, no problems. They don't exist. It's all a facade. It's all a show. It's all a show. You've been bamboozled. Confidently wrong is the scariest shit in the world. Oh, I hate it. God, I hate confidently wrong. There's nothing worse than a person that just doesn't know when they're wrong, or won't even entertain the idea that they're wrong. That's awful. But everybody wants that one person that is just always right. But they don't exist. It's like this weird, and you can look back in history, you know, hundreds, thousands of years, people are always just wildly attracted to the person that is always right. And then that person always ends up being a moron. Or not, maybe not necessarily a moron, but usually you find out and you're like, oh, that's unfortunate. Synergy didn't work, by the way. Damn it. Talking about wrong all the time. God. Oh, come on. At least give me the 120 refresh. Really? Didn't even give me that. Couldn't even give me that win. You sorry. Could not open display, : I feel like there's a correlation between this and synergy. There's something's up here. Something's up. Mark my words. It's authorization required, but no authorization protocol. I think it's trying to run them too fast before the system completely starts up. Yes, I think that is something that is happening. Synergy's pissing me off. I feel like we just start clean over here. Let's see what else. Okay, can't access display due to authorization issues. Common problem when running X11 commands as systemd services. The issue is systemd services runs in a different context than your user session. They don't have access to X11 authorization credentials. Let me fix this by updating the service configuration. Interesting. So what it does is essentially it opens a bash prompt with the command export display equals : 0, export xauthority home.xauthority. Then it runs the xorg command. Having said that, could that also be the main issue with Synergy? Oh, that seems way too complicated to be the problem. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Sonnet 4. I get a free Copilot subscription, so I just use my Copilot subscription to spend tokens on Sonnet. It's kind of funny. Eventually, my free lunch will end. That looks wrong as hell. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know that. I was like, that looks so wrong. Okay. Different tack this time. Now we're going to wait 3 seconds before running. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, that looked like it worked. But yep. So what it's doing now is it's exporting that for auth in. What in the hell? Look at this script it wrote in this one line command. That's kind of insane. It's kind of funny. As well. But I'm kind of here for it. Let's see if it works. Look at this. It's so strange. So you're exporting the display. Then it does a for loop auth in X authority. So then it spits out X authority, home, X authority to temp auth. Do if auth, file auth, then export X authority equals auth. It does the entire for loop in a one line command until 10. That's just crazy. Until timeout of 10, and then xrandr dev null, so the output of xrandr do sleep 1, and then finally submit the xrandr command. That looks so jank. All right, let's give it a whirl. That is crazy. That is the longest one line. You basically baking in an entire script into a one line X start through systemd. I would never do this. But I have never done it, so I kind of want to just see if it works. I mean, it'd be kind of neat. How useful this is, I don't know. It's kind of stupid, honestly. Most people would just do it in do like an xrandr in a startup script. Would be the easiest way. You typically could tie that into, like, SDDM has an X11 display script startup that you could put it in. LightDM also has the same kind of thing. So typically you would set up these display scripts directly in your display manager, not in the user setting of systemd. That's not how it's done. But I kind of want to do it this way because I've never done it that way. So it could be kind of cool to set it up. Because then you can manage it from the user perspective instead of the system perspective, which I'm kind of here for. The idea is you could use that to configure X11 from a user standpoint. Oh, yeah. That's true. Set refresh rate to 60, log out, log back in. Yeah, I probably should have done that, Duo. Yeah, you could just set it in the .conf. The idea here, like a lot of these things I'm doing today, is more from a setup user perspective, because what I want to do is eventually work it into our DWM setup to where, like, the auto start and everything is configured from a user level. And once we get it all set from a user level, it makes that install so much more versatile. And I want it to be as versatile as possible so then anyone can install it and then configure it. Because right now, this would be editing a conf or a service file in your home folder.config systemd -user. And then you could set up all of it on any system. And it'd be super cool.
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
Arco, and thank you for the tier 1. congrats on the year. All right, man. New icon, I believe. That shit didn't work though. Mine is longer. I have a one-liner script. Oh man.
Yeah, well.
So great. Sam, thanks for the prime. Yeah. Gosh. Let's see. I think when we had all those internet problems, I think it knocked me out. I think this network startup is still ungodly slow. It's just tragically slow. Health check where I compare some of the curl SOA requests. It's a mess, but it works. I think that's the thing. If Archon, when you get something that works, it's so nice. Like if it works all the time, every time, and it's a one-shot command,
yeah, well,
it's just awesome.
The dude abides.
Oh dang! I didn't realize Rux didn't have one. Oh man, I would have gifted you once, Rux. Jeez. Yeah, any contributor, let me know. I'll gift you a sub. Just because I know ads on Twitch kind of sucks. Wasn't there a reason you wanted to get away from Network Manager? What was the original reason? I feel like there was, but I think we wanted more minimal setup, Razzle, and then we determined it would not be a minimal setup. I have a hype train. What's that do exactly? It's like a train. I think you get like extra emotes or something. Yeah. Yeah, in the Chrome slowness. Because that's what we've had. We had a problem with the Chrome slowness. Yeah, and it's a long boot time as well. Now, some of that's probably from the network weight. I'm pretty sure we could get rid of that. Warp.dev, that seems familiar. Why is that? Oh, Warp Terminal. Yeah, I didn't like it. Teach his own. It wasn't bad. But yeah. Yeah, I've actually done a System D. If you guys are interested and you want to switch to, I think I was doing Run It as an alternative. Let's go System D. Yeah, removing System D from Linux. So of course, me being me, I already did this. So if you go to christitus.com/removing-System D, I moved to OpenRC for a while in Arch. Now, if you want just out of the box like this, Artix, I think, is the one distro that does OpenRC by defaults as well. And we set it all up with OpenRC. It worked pretty good. And then you'd pin System D so it wouldn't install.
Yeah, well.
And then it showed all the different commands. So that was pretty cool. So yes, believe it or not, I did. Yeah, OpenRC is pretty good. I really liked Run It a lot. That was one of my favorites too. Everything's built in Linux with System D in mind. So having a different init system, while it's nice and it's like way less bloat, the main issue is I use it for a lot of different things, and not having System D was more of a hindrance than a help, because when I was configuring just a lot of different ones, whether it was Docker containers or moving into, well, Docker containers wasn't really that big a deal. You can configure Docker for OpenRC. Heck, you can, I use Docker a bunch with, there's another one that has OpenRC by default. APK package manager, name's escaping me. Super minimal, great one. Alpine Linux. Yes, Alpine Linux is what I use a lot on like VPSs and things to just send things. So yeah, that's another one too. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I love Alpine. Alpine's a great, like if you just need something to run on a potato, Alpine's what you want. Systemd is very bloated and not very good in a lot of ways, but it is the standard in Linux. So whenever you're kind of bouncing around, I did run into a lot of issues. You could overcome them, but it was just more of a pain. And I was like, screw it, I'll just go with Systemd. Is there a way you can make a service wait until you log in before it runs? Typically, when you run a service as a user, it shouldn't run until you're logged in as a user. The thing that's kind of puzzling here is it's already on my, here, Ozzy, I'll give you my repo. Everything's under DWM Titus right now. I've been really going to town on this, so know that this is a very much a work in progress. Everything we're doing today is actually based on this, as I'm really trying to set up a more universal Linux distro for tiling. So here you go, bud. Oh, yeah, there you go. Dan's got me. He beat me to the punch. I can't wait till my next payout type thing, so then it'll bank it and then I can just gift directly here. I want to say we set it up, I think at the end of the month I'll be able to do it, and then all my Twitch things will get banked, and then I can put it towards other people in chat, which would be nice. I'm trying to think. The big thing I'm having a problem with, though, this doesn't work for anything. Like, it is awful. Why is this so bad? That's the problem with Systemd as a user service. It's just like these things don't work. Maybe it's just a skill issue. Like when I look at it, like the set refresh service should work. It would be so nice if it did. And yet it does not. Still working on the... I think that one line command's a little borked. That's awesome, Bill. Oh. It was only a matter of time before that happened. Yeah, minimal Omarchy based configuration, virtually no bloat. Yeah. Do not try this unless you're somewhat confident with terminal. That's great. Yeah, gets rid of Plymouth. Get it. Heavily debloated initial install. I could see that. The style of Omarchy is, I still say, is one of the best standard configs. That's cool, though. Oh, man. Love it. Let's see. Open. Spill tea. Share it. I don't know what all that does, but it's cool. We got a hype chest. Cool. Couldn't you just put scripts in Launch, Synergy, and Xrandar .config auto start and let them auto start. Yes. Yes, totally. I know exactly how to do that. Tell me how to auto start things in auto start. Yes, okay. So just desktop entries in there. Uh-huh. Yeah, we don't need to do that. How to verify we have XDG. All right, let's check to see if we have the XDG auto spec implemented. It's typically provided by XDG-Autostart helper and by your desktop environment. We don't have one, but is that a package? Wait a second. We already have stuff. This is already here. What? It's just XDG auto start package. Okay, first. I'm sorry, we gotta let's disable Synergy. And then let's also disable set refresh. Okay. All right, let's remove. Oops. All right. Since systemctl user is just not working to save anything. Daemon. Oh, reload, not refresh. Okay, cool. So we purged those. That's just not great. Now, if we go into auto start, CXB next. What the heck is CXB next? Corsair keyboard user interface. Gross. All right, get rid of that. Okay. So can we do just Synergy? All right. Start. Give execute command for Synergy. Daemon. I don't think that's actually it. I deleted the files, didn't I? Dang it. It's okay. Let's go into main, I think. Yeah, there we go. Yank. What do I call this? Set refresh. Okay. Duo. What do we got? I think XDG. I think you're on to something. I think that would be the best. Now, DWM's auto start, a lot of people do a patch. And I don't like the patches. I want to do like full-blown XDG standardized auto start. So I don't like this method because I want it really flexible.
Well, the dude abides.
BK, thanks for the prime. Yeah, so there is the patch, but we already have, I think, XDG. I want to say this will work. Yeah, this is wrong. Synergy 3. Oh, I broke it. I broke Jippity. Thinking longer for a better answer. Okay. Okay. Confirming, reviewing. Browsing. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, I'll give you some time. As far as XDG auto right here. So you could do Dex or System D XDG auto start generator. What's this? Yes, this is something I'm thinking. Only showing, not shown in. Interesting. But I really want to stick to all the XDG standardization for applications. I really think this is going to just yield. It's going to be kind of a pain setting it all up. But once we like standardize it and then have like an easy intro for people, they'll be easily be able to switch. The idea here is to set it up so Windows users can come on over, and this gives a good framework for auto starting. Because the thing is with Linux, you can do it 50,000 different ways, literally anything and everything. Like people, you can just setting up your network as we've shown today, you could do it 4 different ways. And that's just what we had with System D and DHCPD and all the others. And then just straight up network manager. But there's so many more ways you could go about it with different initialization systems. The same can be done. Auto start can be done a lot of different ways, but I want to stick to this standardized way. But I don't want to do like an xinit RC or anything like that, because that will require editing. And what I want is something that we could interface with and even add things to the start menu. So then it's more of a Windows-esque experience than a Linux experience. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's wrong. We already deleted the system. The daemon file. Oh, God bless it. server. Okay, failed to load config file. That's fine. Maybe I can just launch it minimized. Interesting. Can I launch this like minimized is the question. And I want to say we could just do a desktop application and then start minimized. Yeah, free cereal for Synergy. If you're that desperate, you can always do just input leap. Yeah, Dex seems like a good utility to manage XDGRs. Let's see. Start Synergy minimized in desktop. Start minimized in desktop file. Start minimized? I don't think that's it. What? Synergy tray. Really? Does it? I think it's lying to me. I think it sits on it. I think Jippy's sitting on a throne of lies. No. Okay, that does work. Alrighty. So the idea behind this, I think I have it now. Auto start. We have our move test to set refresh dot desktop. Now let's copy set refresh to synergy dot desktop. Nvim synergy desktop. We're gonna call this synergy tray. And then we are going to, no. Now. Okay, let's go OPT, synergy, synergy tray, minimized. All right. I think that's good. I want to say that is enough. So then you have synergy there. Do we have set refresh in here? Set refresh. So I don't think that will. All right, so you got XDG auto start enabled true, name set refresh application done. Instead of application, types for desktop files. In .desktop, what are the types? Okay. Link directory. Okay, good to know. So you could actually add directory and specific link shortcuts. Much kind of like how we did the Gypity prompt here. Okay. You spelled it wrong. Did I? Oh, God. Minimized. Right? Minimized. The desktop files, etc. Set refresh. Oh, I did. You know what? Let's go set that refresh desktop. Make it look better. Okay, so let me get set refresh synergy. Everything looks like it's owned by me. Set there, auto start. No more jank with systemd. If this works right out of the get-go, I will just be over the moon happy. Yeah, if this is the way to go about it, I feel like XDG would be the way, and then we could also use Dex and just kind of see where that takes us as well. But the idea is I want everything to, as much stuff to live in the home folder as possible for configuration, and as much stuff to be as standardized and universal as possible. So then anybody taking it, then we can build tools to like work on that standardization, and then you'd have a minimal environment that is also to that standard. I feel like that'd just be good. We're going places. Yeah, and it would also be a lot simpler than messing around with systemd. And as we saw, systemd has quite a bit of jank. Like I still don't have any clue why sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't work, sometimes it would always work if it was booted already in and then I'd launch it. I tried to do artificial delays, so when I launch, it would wait 5 seconds before starting the programs. It just seemed like nothing worked. So to me, that says, hey, let's not do this. I want it to be reliable. Yeah, I have DWM. If not, we can patch DWM for Autostart to read this as well. But either way, it'll be implemented. If this works, I just want to test to see, hey, on startup, does this actually pull in our desktop files? Probably not. Doesn't look like it. No. Let's go Dex. Ah. Interesting. There's Ramina. Set the Randar. Synergy didn't work. Oh, but I liked that. Oh, Discord's down? Okay. So if you go dex AD, it would execute all these commands. Oh, that's so cool. Man, we're on to something here. Oh, that's so money. And this didn't work. Why didn't it work, I wonder? Very cool. Obviously the synergy thing was still got to work on. Damn synergy. Feel like just going back to the old school synergy. Synergy V3 has been nothing but problems for me. It's a cool interface, I will say. But let's remove synergy desktop. Very cool. Very, very cool. So auto start. So we have Flameshot, Dunce, PyCom. Then we have Faye. But now I think we can just do sh-c, comma, and then do dex. Ooh. Which dexed? Dex. User bin dexed. Okay. So then USR bin dex. And then you just said -a for auto start. Yeah, so I think figures. Now that I don't care about Wayland Rux, they add it. That works. Yeah, I think that's what you do. And just to verify that dex command. Oh man, that's really slick though. So then you just do the -a, auto start the programs, boom. Slick. And sudo make clean install. Oops. 1 second. Haha. My bad. All right, now we reboot. And we should have everything start pretty much on the get-go. So we'll have Bluetooth. We probably should put Flameshot and stuff in there as well. So that's a little more opinionated stuff. And that way people can just say, hey, I like this on... I'll go ahead and populate the auto start, but then people could just go delete the files they don't like, and then it would be good. Oh, that's so cool. So if we reboot this... Man. Oh, yeah. ETC XDG auto start. Let's see what's in there too. I think Bluetooth was in there, or maybe a few other things. I think Ermina, or maybe that was in the actual .config. That feels great though. I think we would just use Dex as a dependency to really initialize all those auto starts It seems to do a lot better job than System D. And then we can take all those things that are specific on this system out of this system and then put it to where people could easily modify without actually changing a config file. Oh man, I like that so much. That's the solution I've been hunting for. We could even make scripts to make the desktop files for folks too. Will this work? Should. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. Nice. There it is. And yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. My goodness. All right. Sweet.
All right. I think that's it. We're going to shut it down for the day. That was great. Everything I wanted to accomplish today was the big thing was that auto start, because I was like, I really want a standardized, easy method we could do with auto start. And oh God, that looks so good. I'm pumped about that. So we'll probably transition from that. Trying to think of some next steps here. Probably need to start working on the first iteration so normal people can do it. I think that'll be really good. I think it'll be really good. And yeah, I'll think on the next one what we're going to be doing. I want to look at that script again. I'm going to be working a little bit later tonight on dual monitor and some more obscure setups like a laptop, battery par, all that. But the polybar is pretty much done and very, very seamless, super minimal, only 20 megs of memory, no CPU usage, no calls, no scripts that are always running, none of that. So this is great. I think now we have enough foundation to where we could actually make our first iteration to where you could install this on your box and then kind of give me some feedback. And then we'll play over there. I know it's not gonna be perfect on the get-go. It's gonna take a lot of iterations to really get there, but we're so close. So, all right. I'm gonna head on into the space station over this way. And we're gonna shut it down for the day. Later, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll try and get on a little earlier tomorrow. Today was just I don't know, I was just not into it today. I'm just surprised we accomplished something. Much less, we accomplished a lot. So, pretty awesome. All right, y'all. Deuces. This damn Synergy's still broken. Okay. Bless you. Oh, come on, where's the door? Synergy. Synergy 3. Come on, buddy. Ah, come on. You suck. Fine. Just, you know what? Power.